Tip 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 tip. Ah. Well. Well. Alrighty. Here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Here we go again. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back in, everybody. I hope you're having a great day so far. It's December 17th, 2024. I'm chilly today. I'm a little chilly. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? How are you doing? It's Rorschach's birthday today, but I don't think Rorschach's here yet. I've got some coffee here with me. A little coffee today. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, this mood might be too complicated for me today. I think I need something a little more straightforward. I think I need something a little more straightforward today. Feeling a little restless. Feeling a little silly today. Feeling a bit stressed after meeting my surgeon today. He spent the first 10 minutes drawing fistulas. Oh. Okay. Okay. You spent 10 minutes drawing something and he didn't even properly explain to you what it was that he was drawing? Okay. He had a really heavy Italian accent. This is really painting a picture in my mind. This man sitting there in a doctor's coat, just drawing pictures, and he's like, "Now, how about this? What do you think of this fistula?" He's like, He's like, "How about this one?" Oh. I got a haircut. Yeah, I got a haircut. I cut all my hair off. I cut all my hair off. I was tired of hair. Feeling a little bit dissociative today. Feeling a little bit dissociative today. We'll see where that gets us. We'll see where this leads. Alrighty, everybody. Hope you're having a good day. We're going to start off with some questions. We've got some questions in the box. We're going to take care of those. And then I've got a presentation planned for us. We're going to talk about HSPs. HSP, it stands for Pop quiz. Pop quiz, fill in the blank. HSP stands for highly sensitive person. That is correct. That is correct. We've probably, well, actually, we've statistically absolutely got HSPs in the room tonight. We've got some HSPs here right now. Also, you're looking at one. Didn't have time to make a joke. Quick, what's a joke? HSP, huge, stinky peen. There you go. It's never too late. It's never too late. Don't give up on your dreams. I think I'm feeling a little depressed today. felt disconnected. But we're gonna power through. We're gonna power through today. Alright, first off, why am I so big right now? I should be this big. Why was I this big? It should be this big. I'm feeling depressed too, not sure why. It's the holiday season. Feeling the same. Alright, well, we're all in the same boat then. We're all in the same boat then. We're just comforting it away. Comforting in a way. What I need to do, hold on, I just need to put that up for a second. The topic of the presentation today, this is something that we've talked about a little bit. Oh yes, Atticus. Oh yes. I've got Atticus in here with me. I might just let him loose if he's just gonna be whiny. Give me just a second. Let me get him. Okay, Atticus, fine. Scout, I can hear you snoring back there. Scout's back here just letting her rip. She's just going. Get him, girl. I feel judged by this, Chad. He's not judging you. Why do you think it's all about you? We're about to take some questions, and then we've got a fun presentation today for all my highly sensitive people. Not just for the HSPs, though. This presentation's for everybody. If you aren't an HSP, you know one. Alright, we're back. Yeah, I was muted. Don't judge me. Thank you for letting me know. I was saying weighted blankets are nice. I was laying under mine this weekend. I wasn't feeling well on Sunday, which is why we didn't stream, and so I spent the day under a weighted blanket. Alrighty. Is it just a heavy blanket? It's a blanket, but it's got these little, like... Let me show you real quick. It's got these little, like, sections on it that have, like... It's kind of like sand almost. It's like a material that, like, makes it heavy. So it kind of holds you down. It's nice. We got a couple of them. Would recommend. Yeah, each of the little squares has like weighted blankets are sick. Not for me, I think. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. I love it. I love it, honestly. If you ever feel like you just can't sit still, you know, sometimes a weighted blanket's just like, okay, there we go. Now I can feel like I can actually lay. Maybe I'll get myself one for Christmas. I think you've earned it. I've got a copy of Santa's List here, actually. I've got a copy of Santa's List. And, yeah, as it turns out, you actually are on the nice list this year. So, yeah, get yourself that weighted blanket. Mine probably needs to be a smidge heavier. I have two of them. I have two, and then I will, like, double up sometimes. If you think about it, if you're the type of person to toss and turn in your sleep, a nice weighted blanket, you can turn your sleep into a workout. You can wake up buff. I should just start wearing weighted clothing. I should just start wearing weighted outfits. Alright, this question came in on Sunday. This was put in on Sunday morning. This one came in Sunday morning. So I hope they're here now. I'm not sure whose question this is, obviously, because it's anonymous. But I hope they're here today. I actually have a couple questions in here from Sunday. So I'll let you know when we get caught up to today. What is cancer really? My mom died of breast cancer when I was young. Will that happen to me too? I'm sorry about your mom. It really sucks. Will that happen to you too? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. The thing about risks such as breast cancer is like, yes, there is a genetic consideration. You might be at a higher risk, but since you know that it runs in the family, it's something to be mindful of. It's something to keep an eye out on. Get regular checkups, stay on top of it, and you should be just fine. So what is cancer really? Cancer is when our cells in our body start to multiply uncontrollably. Normally when our cells are constantly regenerating themselves, they're constantly, dividing and making new cells. And sometimes cells will forget to stop doing that. This is a really oversimplified explanation of cancer, but the cells will basically stop. They won't stop reproducing, and so they continue to grow. The thing about cancer cells is that they happen all the time, actually. Cells regularly split and then keep multiplying, but our body naturally takes care of them 99.9% of the time. It's only whenever a cancer becomes uncontrollable by the body and it becomes too much of an issue, then that's when we actually seek treatment for cancer. One of the things that, I remember finding this very eye-opening whenever I learned this about cancer is your body deals with a cancerous cell all the time. It's always correcting itself and but it's only when it stops doing that cancer becomes a problem. I just want to live forever. So far, so good. I don't know. Forever is a long time. Forever is a long time. Who knows? Yeah, cancers are similar to stuff like autoimmune disorders. It's when your body is fighting against itself, which is why it's so, tricky to treat. I mean, some cancers are actually pretty treatable. Some types of cancers are pretty regularly, reliably treatable. Other cancers are notoriously difficult to treat. That's just the thing about cancer. But knowing that it runs in your family and knowing to stay on top of it and then do things to mitigate it. Because there are things that have been not shown to cause, but there's a correlation, meaning that it can kind of increase your chances. High stress, the diet you have, your amount of exercise and stuff. Those sorts of things also play into it. I would just say, just stay in touch with a doctor. Yeah, Scout. Get it all out, girl. Get it all out, Scout. Honk it on out, baby. I think Atticus is now crying to come back into the room. I told you this would happen. Atticus was crying to get out of the room, and so I let him out. And now he's the only one outside of the room, and so now he's like, wait, I want to be in there with everybody. This is what he does. See, I told you. I told you he was going to do this. He was gonna be out there and he's gonna be like, "Oh, let me back in." All right, Atticus, I'm coming. He heard Scout. No, I don't think he heard Scout. Atticus, that dog has barked himself deaf. I swear, that dog has barked himself deaf. I'll be calling for him. I'll be yelling at him. I'll be like, Atticus, what are you doing? He'll just act like he can't hear me. Also, he's just gotten even louder. He's not like deaf, but he's definitely like damaged his own hearing just by the sheer volume of his own barks. Like he's... So, you know, pretty sure I also... My hearing has been affected. My bills have been affected. Alrighty. We got the dogs all settled. Got the dogs all settled in. Let's get to work. No need to watch the whole thing, but I'm so incredibly confused. Please make it make sense, Mr. Brain. A TikTok link. I would be really entertained if this was just like an 8-second long video of like a cat doing something that a cat does. Like, hey, no need to watch the whole thing. I watched 4 seconds of it and I'm just... Alright, let's check it out. Let's see what's going on here.
You know that declassified CIA document that says we live in a holographic reality?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Portal that you can literally send your consciousness to anywhere, whether it's past, present, or future, through astral projection and remote viewing. Yeah,
well, I remember this
CIA
one.
Was looking into this because of this man. This is Robert Monroe. My previous video was all about him. He was born in the 1900s and he was a very successful businessman. Around 30 to 40, he started having these spontaneous out-of-body experiences. They freaked him out. He thought he had brain tumors. He thought he was going crazy. Every doctor he went to said he was perfectly fine. So he used his resources to hire a team of scientists to run experiments to figure out if what he's been experiencing could be replicated. He wanted to see if they could map out and explore as much of consciousness as they could. This is Thomas Campbell, an incredibly gifted physicist who was part of Bob Monroe's team.
So what they're talking about here is a declassified document from the CIA about out-of-body experiences and astral projection. They financed actual research into these subjects, and the documents are declassified. This is directly from the CIA's website, cia.gov. This is the Gateway Intermediate Workbook from the Monroe Institute of Applied Sciences. So it looks like they hired outside scientists to research this phenomenon. And then this is the technique that they came up with to use the Gateway program. The Gateway program, let's see if ChatGPT can give us a quick summary on this. Yeah, here we go.
Can't believe
CIA has done all sorts of weird outside the box woo-woo stuff, and it's because that's what they're like. Okay, so the CIA it was initially concepted after World War II to promote American interests worldwide, to keep America as the premier superpower of the world. That was the inception of the CIA. That's why they've, done so much damage to like upstarting democracies in other parts of the world. That's why they've, played their part in like international drug trafficking, all sorts of wild stuff. Administering psychedelics to people to see if you could control their minds. The CIA, if you can think of it, the CIA has probably fucking done it, because that's what they're there to do. To try to figure out whatever they can to promote American interests. This is so dark. I mean, it's true. I'm in a dark place today, okay? We're talking about CIA secrets. The CIA Gateway Program. This refers to the 1983 declassified document titled Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process. This is the Gateway Intermediate Workbook. This is the thing that actually shows you how to do it. And then there's another document, the Analysis and Assessment of Gateway Process. A scientist.
was very famous for his works in applied physics.
We'll watch the video here in a minute. I want to talk about it first. And then we'll see what the video says. 1983. Declassified document. Analysis and assessment of the Gateway Process. The report, authored by Army Lieutenant Colonel Wayne M. McConnell, describes a method for achieving altered states of consciousness using sound waves to enhance focus, expand awareness, and explore non-physical realities. So this is the kind of stuff that you do during transcendental meditation, or when you're trying to project, like have an out-of-body experience, astral projection, that type of stuff. This is the CIA actually studying that phenomenon that has been widely known in many practices in Eastern philosophies traditionally. To be fair, I don't really think American interests have anything to do with it. And that's why I prefaced with saying in its inception. Like, what it is now is something completely different. The CIA is kind of this, like, almost untouchable entity. Like, there are things that they keep hidden from the president. Like, you don't just get access to all the secrets just because you're the president. So it's like the people who are really high up in the intelligence agency, you know, they've been there, and they've been there for decades. So anyway, this whole study, this is the Gateway Process, developed by the Monroe Institute by Robert Monroe. So this is one guy's technique to do a technique that is something that can be done by people to, like, achieve a different state of consciousness. That's the way that I'm just going to describe it. Like, I'm not going to quantify it much further than that, you know, because I understand why people would be skeptical. But what we know pretty widely is that meditation can help you to achieve an altered state of consciousness. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and I feel like that's something that most people would agree with. Something that most people, even if you just have a basic understanding of meditation, you would agree that meditation can induce an altered state of consciousness. And so that's something that's widely known. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to investigate how far they can go with this. How far of an altered state can you achieve? So the key goals of this program included to access these altered states of consciousness where individuals could explore perceptions beyond the five senses, to have out-of-body experiences, learning to detach awareness from the physical body, the ability to manifest goals and insight, enhance intuition, creativity, and problem solving by accessing nonlinear states of awareness, this is an interesting way to describe it, nonlinear states of awareness. If you're aware in which the way of how our brain thinks and operates, it's not a binary system. Like computers are a binary system. It's all zeros and ones. Your brain is much more complicated than that. Your brain can connect in many different ways and using many different neurotransmitters to create a very, very complicated signal. So it's not zeros and ones. It's almost it's essentially quantum computing, almost. Quantum computing is like infinite computational power, but the amount of variance within our own brains, it's near limitless, but not technically limitless. Kind of like a mathematical proof. Anyway. Because there are people getting results. Oh, I know, and this is something that I've tried to do, and this is something that I've observed results with, and so this is why they actually took the time to study it. Is because they're like, okay, there's something here. Let's talk about this. Let's study this a bit. So the CIA did this in the 80s. Brains are like analog computers. You know, we modeled computers after how our brains work. You know, we have our own operating system. My favorite technique is to learn how to open up your mental task manager and to see what mental processes are taking up all of your RAM, who's draining your RAM, and then close out of that shit. Alright, let's free up some RAM. Let's free up some CPU. Another key goal was to explore consciousness and the universe, to investigate metaphysical concepts such as the absolute, a universal consciousness, or energy field. This document frames the process in scientific terms, incorporating theories from quantum physics, holographic reality models, and neurobiology. So this is pretty complicated stuff. They got a lot of experts involved here. It suggests that consciousness can transcend time and space, and that individuals can tune into a universal field of information. The Gateway program has since attracted attention for its mystical and almost science fiction-like claims, particularly around astral projection and remote viewing, and remains a subject of intrigue for those interested in consciousness exploration and government research into the paranormal. So, that's what this is, and that's what this video is talking about. Just so you know, because I don't know if they'll mention this in the video, you can actually find these documents online. They're posted right there on the CIA website. This is the analysis and assessment of gateway process. That's the one on the right here. This is the one where they describe what it is they were set out to do, and then they talk about it. And they really get into a lot of detail as far as like they put a lot of effort and research into this. It's really interesting to think about. So anyway, like, look at this. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Anyway, they also released a workbook. They put out a workbook and they said, this is how you do it. They said, this is how you activate this process. And they describe it in great detail. Using a lot of like yogic principles, exercises that they teach you how to do in different types of like yoga meditations, etc. Like, you have to imagine the energy in your body moving around. You have to change your perspective. Your body creates a really powerful psychedelic substance on its own. It's called dimethyltryptamine. And there are different techniques that you can do to release the endogenous dimethyltryptamine within your body. And some of the stuff that they're describing in here, it's like, oh yeah, that would really get you like in a psychedelic headspace. Anyway. Yeah, I know. I know, Scout. Get it out, girl. Get it out. And interesting here. Okay, so this one where it says clock orientation. This is probably some, anybody here who's tried psychedelics can probably relate to this, where it feels like I have a certain perspective of the universe around me, what my consciousness is, and then but what if I looked at it this way and it turns, like, it feels like your consciousness shifts 90 degrees. Like, I feel like I'm facing a different direction, but like from your perspective of self. I don't know, that sounds really fucking weird, but if you've done psychedelics, you probably know what I'm talking about. Yeah, there are certain like meditation exercises you can do that are incredibly psychedelic. They'll basically put you into like a trippy state. I got really into like deep meditation, and I would do different techniques. I would like do sensory deprivation. I would like put weighted blankets on. I would like get really into it, and I would just meditate for like hours at a time. I was just like, what can my brain do? And I wasn't following this guidebook, but like some of the stuff that they're describing here is like, yeah, it's like you kind of focus on just like the energy flow of your body. Like, where am I paying attention to in my body at this point in time? And then you follow it. You follow it as it moves around your body. And then you just kind of like, anyway, just some of the type of exercises that you can do when you're like really deeply meditating. Anyway, this is kind of weird out there stuff, but it's out there if you're interested in it. It's right there on the CIA website. So let's see what this guy has to say about it. We'll start this TikTok over because I forget what he was talking about. But anyway, I just wanted to show you that, just in case you were curious. Let you know the documents are right there if you are bored.
You know that declassified CIA document that says we live in a holographic reality? That the woman's womb is a portal? That you can literally send your consciousness to anywhere, whether it's past, present, or future, through astral projection and remote viewing? Yeah, well, the reason why the CIA was looking into this, because of this man. This is Robert Monroe. My previous video was all about him. He was born in the 1900s and he was a very successful businessman. Around 30 to 40, he started having these spontaneous out-of-body experiences. They freaked him out. He thought he had brain tumors. He thought he was going crazy. Every doctor he went to said he was perfectly fine. So he used his resources to hire a team of scientists to run experiments to figure out if what he's been experiencing could be replicated. He wanted to see if they could map out and explore as much of consciousness as they could. This is Thomas Campbell. an incredibly gifted physicist who was part of Bob Monroe's team. Campbell is very famous for his works in applied physics and metaphysics. So why did he want to work with Robert Monroe? When he was in college, he had some monks that came who offered to teach people how to meditate if they brought them a piece of fruit, I believe. He had time to kill. He thought it was going to end up being a scam. He gave his banana, and it was a life-changing experience for him. Being the scientist that he is, he was trying to figure out how to explain what he experienced, and he couldn't. So he got a job and continued to meditate. One day, he heard that Bob Monroe was coming into town talking about the out-of-body experiences that he's had. He with some coworkers went to go listen to him. Monroe mentioned that he was looking for scientists so that they could test what he experienced to see if they could replicate it. Campbell was like, I'm a scientist. I'd love to work with you. But you see, Campbell was still relatively young. Monroe was looking for older scientists that had some credibility to their name, who had a track record, but none of them wanted to work with him. They all thought it was woo-woo nonsense. Campbell and a couple of other young scientists joined the team. Campbell's biggest focus was to bring scientific validation to everything that was being done. He wanted to demystify the mysticism. He wanted to use the scientific process to explain everything. But they studied it systematically. They were able to separate genuine experiences from anecdotal claims or misunderstandings. His book, My Big Toe, which documents the entire journey, freaking mind-blowing, guys. Freaking mind-blowing. For example, in the East, they talk about these sacred mantras, sacred words that if you repeat can take you to higher states of consciousness. What they found through testing is that it's not specific word, but rather the tone, the vibration that it carries. I believe in the book, he says you could even say something like Abba-bardi-dum, Abba-bardi-dum, and just repeat that. You can achieve the same thing. It honestly is one of the most fascinating books I've ever read. It bridges the gap between science and spirituality so well. But it doesn't stop there. He describes his journey of being able to access
I need a copy of this book.
The interdimensional beings that live.
Scout, are you okay? Scout, are you gonna... She's gonna blow. Scout, are you gonna be alright? She does this when she has to sneeze. Yeah. Scout, come here. She's like in the kennel. I'd have to crawl into the kennel to go help her blow her nose. Scout, get it out. It's just sneeze already. Come on, girl, you can do it. What if I just offer her motivation? What if I just give her... What if I just give her some encouragement? Come on, girl, you can do it. Get that sneeze out. Oh, she's like laying down inside of her little kennel, and I don't feel like crawling inside of a kennel to get in there to go cover her nose. I would if I didn't have to get up from stream to go do it. So it's your fault, actually. I'm joking. So a lot of you are watching this video and you're like, what the fuck are they talking about? This, demystifying the mystic is interesting stuff.
That live in a higher vibration than we do, spiritual guides, if you will, he met in the teachings he got along the way. You know how there's a declassified CIA document that maps out the Galactic Federation? Yeah, well, some people have experience with it. Craziest thing, too, is you only have access...
There's a CIA document that maps out the galactic... Hold on. Hold on. This is my first time hearing about this one. What? This is... are these? The CIA has some interesting documents. Like, this is what I saw when I was doing remote viewing. So this is just some CIA person's trip report. Okay.
He described one journey where he was meditating, and basically there were two beings. They're like, hey man, you're where you need to be with your progress. You can't do this anymore. And he's like, the door was sealed. He wasn't able to access those states of consciousness for 20 years until someone reopened it. The reason why he called the book My Big Toe is because these are the things that he has learned through experience. And his only objective is to lay out the information so that other people can gain knowledge through experience, which of course, experience is the greatest teacher. So what does Thomas Campbell say that this life is? Oh, he says it's a simulation. Yeah, he says we're in a holographic reality that is a projection of consciousness that you are both a creator and participant in. You ever had that experience where you're like, man, this doesn't even feel real? Thomas Campbell has something to say about that.
Okay, I'm interested. Yeah, I've done enough psychedelics, so this sort of stuff is interesting to me. Incredibly confused. Okay, where to begin? I don't know. Where do you even begin to explain this sort of thing? Altered states of consciousness is difficult to explain to someone who has never experienced a truly altered state of consciousness. Whether through psychedelics, psychosis, meditation, whatever. You know, like, if you haven't, it's one of those things that are really inexpressible unless it's something that the person has experienced before. Anyway, the CIA did research into altered states of consciousness because so what can we do from this? What I would say is, if this is something that you're curious about, just try it for yourself and see what happens. You know, try to have an out-of-body experience. Try to astral project. Like, don't worry, you'll return to your body. You're not gonna get lost. If you're curious about it, just give it a try. That's what I would say. See for yourself. What's it? The big booty room? You want to know the lore of the big booty room? It's a voice chat room on my Discord. This dates back nearly 20 years at this point. Like, playing voice chat games with my friends, I always had a room on the chat called Bragan's Big Booty Room. And that's where we would hang out and play games. And so, on my Discord, the tradition continues, and those are just some of my friends playing games together. So that's what they do. They do it in the Big Booty Room. It's for big booties only. Small booties, there's the door. I'm just kidding. It's not about the size of the booty in your pants. It's about the size of the booty in your heart. You got a big booty in here. Silence and fasting and due to perception. Okay. So you've experienced altered state of consciousness. Let me just. Should I do a poll? I want to see. I want to do a poll. I want to see, have you ever experienced an altered state of consciousness? Either yes, no, or not sure. If you're answering not sure, the answer is probably yes. Just saying. Like, if you ever had something where you're just like, huh, that was weird. Grief can do it to you. You know, have you ever just felt so detached, so distant? Have you ever felt like you're just watching yourself in third person? Have you ever felt like life has just been a movie playing out in front of your eyes? Altered states of consciousness are more common than you would think, depending on, you know, how aware you are of what that means. Like, even being sick, you know, kind of puts you in an altered state of consciousness. Your body's just like operating on a different level. No, there are things that you can do with your mind, you know, your consciousness, your awareness, through certain types of breath work, through certain types of meditation, you know, even doing certain types of yoga poses. You know, it can kind of put you into this psychedelic headspace. And what it sounds like here is the CAA is trying to quantify and map out a psychedelic headspace. What's the poll asking? Oh, no. This is, have you ever experienced an altered state of consciousness? Whether it be through psychedelics, psychosis, sleep deprivation, starvation, grief, isolation, depression, mania. Lots of different ways. Lots of different ways to experience an altered state of consciousness. And I feel like most of us would know. It's something that's like, yeah, that was unusual for me. And one of the things that they're describing, one of the techniques that they're describing about using to like shift your consciousness is to imagine your perception right now as being on the flat face of a clock. You know, you are perceiving life in this direction. But imagine that there's been this whole other angle. You can just, if you just turn it, if you just turn that perception 90 degrees. This does sound really weird, but unless you've actually experienced it, it probably sounds like, what the fuck is he talking about? Then I get it. It is kind of woo-woo. But no, there are like different types of meditative practices, different types of yoga, like tantric practices that people will do. And a lot of what they're describing in that CAA document are the same like methods that like these Olympic level meditator types would be using, you know, to like induce that state within yourself. This is what psychedelics feel like. Psychedelics feels like you've been living on one channel and then you realize, oh, there's a remote. And you change to a different channel. And you're like, oh, this is cool. And then you're like, how many channels are there? I want to see. Because this is what a psychedelic does in your brain. Let me show you. Psychedelics rapidly increase these are the number of connections in your brain. Let me just simplify it that way. In a normal brain, you use pretty much the same parts. A lot of connections, but this is what happens in a psychedelic brain. Your brain is making connections all over the place. Ram Dass identified 7 different channels of awareness. You know, see, what hangs me up is when we try to distill and quantify a lot of these concepts using the language that we know, or, numbers as we know them. It's like in a truly boundless space, which is kind of what this, it feels like. It's beyond words, it's inexpressible. This is unhinged. In what way? Unhinged in a good way. Yeah, it's like you needed a new set of hinges. Your old hinges were squeaky and rusty, and you needed a brand new set of hinges. If you're gonna get new hinges, you gotta unhinge yourself first, and then you gotta put the new hinges on. So it looks like most of us here have experienced an altered state of consciousness. Have you talked to anybody about it? Because see, here's the thing. I feel like a lot of people have experienced altered states of consciousness, but they feel like, I don't want to talk about it with anybody, because in that moment, I felt like I was fucking crazy. And if I come back to people and I'm like, hey, this thing happened, where I felt like I was fucking crazy, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to tell you about it, because I don't want you to think that I'm fucking crazy. So anyway, if you've experienced an altered state of consciousness and you want to talk about it, I'm curious. I'm interested. Like when they were doing that research, they were like, yeah, scientists didn't want to work with us. They thought we were crazy. What does HSP mean? Hairy, stinky, poopy. It's scary to tell a friend even, but worth it. Oh yeah, definitely. I feel so lonely. It seems like more and more people are leaving my life each day. I'm doing everything I can to find peace in my solitude, taking myself on dates, romanticizing the little things, but it's getting hard. I can't play a card game with just one person. I'm staring at an empty table, holding cards that seem like no one else will ever see. This is the kind of question that it's like I don't even want to respond with words. I would just want to respond with like a big hug. You know what I mean? We can play a card game on our own. It's called Solitaire. The problem with Solitaire is that it's just not very fun. Card games with multiple people are more fun. You can play a game by yourself, but then you get bored. You get bored of Solitaire. Like, so what do we do here? Do we branch out and try to form new connections? Do we strengthen the connections that we still have? Do we do both at the same time? So what do we want to do about it? What do we want to do about that loneliness? Loneliness is an interesting thing. It's one of those things where it's like, being alone is nice. It can be perfectly satisfying being alone. I only have to focus on myself. I only have to attend to my own needs. I only have to look after my own feelings. You know, I only have one person in my life to take care of. I don't have to worry about anybody else. But the problem is that it gets lonely. And loneliness kind of hurts. Loneliness is a biological nudge to get you back out there. It's your body and your mind trying to motivate you to seek out that connection. Some of those cards that you hold, nobody's going to ever see them. And that's fine. You're always going to have some cards that you play that nobody else gets to see. But if you have cards that you do want other people to see, you got to go out there and show them. If they're not at your table, are you inviting them to your table? Or do you need to go to their table? I think that's part of the reason why I've been bummed out. Been feeling a bit lonely lately. That's what happens with the cold. Just don't see people as much. Feel shut off and put away. So, aliens are real? Hey, what kind of questions are getting discussed here? All sorts of stuff today. Normally we do psychology and mental health type stuff, but we're also taking woo-woo science fiction questions as well. But that's fine, we're open to talking about anything. So, aliens are real? Yeah, why not? Why not? Is consciousness real? Probably. Probably. I mean, it's like, if not, the illusion is so convincing that we are unable to distinguish the difference. So at that point, it's like, doesn't even matter, you know? Like whether or not we are living in a simulated universe or our universe is a projection or a hologram or something inside some greater dimensional space, it's like, who fucking cares? So aliens are real? Could be. I like to believe. You know, the guy sitting on that rock there behind me, you know, he's got me pretty convinced. Maybe we are the aliens. Yep. Yep, I mean, we're somebody else's aliens. Like if there's life living on another planet, we're their alien. Hello, I recently found your stream and enjoying it a lot so far. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. I feel like I've been phoning it in recently. It's that god dang seasonal affective disorder. It's got me. It's got me. I've just been feeling a little. I've been powering through. But I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying it. Over the past few years, I completely broke off contact from an older friend group, since hanging out on Discord all day and not wanting to do anything in real life is just nothing that sounds remotely appealing to me anymore. I could see why doing that all day would be draining, you know? Like, I like it. I like using Discord, but I don't do it all day. You know, I'll jump into the voice chat when I see there's people in there, but like, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. But yeah, just like hanging out in there all day and you're just all like, yeah. Yeah, it's like sometimes it's nice to have friends to go out and do stuff with. Totally makes sense. Going out once every 6 weeks is just by far not enough to meet my social needs. Oh, I agree. I agree, and I speak to this personally as somebody who has been neglecting his own social needs. Like, oh yeah, I get ya. I feel ya. I'm a very outspoken person, love meeting new people and making new experiences, but I don't have and never had people that gave me the feeling that they want to spend time with me. It is always me who has to reach out, schedule, and do all the planning. Never does anyone else hit me up for anything. I feel like constantly begging for someone's time and love. I understand that there are different dynamics in how people interact with each other in friendships. Some are more active while others are more passive, but I can never shake the feeling off of not being wanted, being annoying, or that people only hang out with me out of pity. Advice on growing out of this? Much love. I feel like in general, people struggle with reaching out. People struggle with doing the planning. And I feel like if you find yourself being that person who always has to reach out, who always does the planning, who always, your friends cherish you. Okay? I just want to make one thing perfectly clear. If you're the one who is actually doing the work and organizing and putting things together, because most people would just let that fall by the wayside. It takes a real, compassionate person to actually be the one to say, hey, let's get together, let's do something. To organize people. Your friends cherish you. Organizing stuff, planning stuff, it's a lot of work. And I understand why it wouldn't be fun to do it every time, but how about a compromise? How about reaching out to somebody, but then having them plan what it is you want to do? Be like, hey, I was thinking we could do something. Well, since I planned the last thing we did, I was thinking maybe we could do something that's your idea this time, We see what you want to do. Compromise. Reach out to them, and then ask them, like, hey, what's something that you'd want to do? I made the plans last time. What's something that you're, curious about? What's something you're interested in doing? So yeah, I wouldn't just assume that your friends all secretly hate you or that they only hang out with you out of pity, because that's probably just not true. Yeah, if you're the friend who actually does the planning, who does the organizing, your friend group adores you. You're the glue that keeps that friend group together. You're welcome. Yeah, happy to talk about it. Yeah, no, it's like a lot of people here can probably relate that, like, they wish that they reached out to their friends more. A lot of people here would probably say, yeah, I need to be better about that. I need to, I know I need to do it. Maybe I'm just projecting. But I would assume that most people just kind of, we just get caught up in stuff. Like, when life really keeps you busy or stresses you out, it's like your socialization is one of the first things to take a hit, When you're too tired from work or school or raising a child or studying, whatever it is that is keeping you busy, your social life is always the area of your life that takes the hit. I received a diagnosis not long ago that changes the trajectory of my entire life. It has been making me rethink everything I thought I was going to do, because some things I wanted to do aren't going to be possible anymore. I haven't been coping with it well. Can you help me, please? Sure. Let's talk about it. Allow yourself to feel however it is that you are feeling right now. This is grief. In a way, this is sorrow, this is sadness. Allow yourself to feel those feelings. having the trajectory of our lives be changed, it can happen all the time. You know, we like to have an idea of how things are going to go. We like to have an idea of how things are going to turn out. Well, it's just an idea. You know, just because the trajectory of your life has been changed does not mean that you will not live a life that is full of meaning and purpose. I would say that finding a life full of meaning and purpose is one that is much more important than following the exact trajectory that was set for yourself. So keep your head up. Keep moving forward. And keep living your life. I've been following this Twitch creator for a while, and they know who I am too. I comment a lot, and they've liked my posts on X, and even responded to me multiple times on stream. I'm a part of their Discord too, where we have interacted. It feels good to be noticed, but I think I might be reading too much into it. I catch myself feeling really invested in their content, like I know them personally, even though we aren't actually friends. When they post something, I feel compelled to respond, and if they don't acknowledge it, I feel off. Almost like I've done something wrong, or maybe they are annoyed with me. Am I overthinking this? How do I figure out if I'm treating this connection in a healthy way, or if I'm falling into a parasocial relationship without realizing it? I'm 20, and this is my first time really being on the internet. This is what a parasocial relationship starts out as. So being aware of that is really important. I would say that if you like this content creator, if you like interacting with them, just take it for what it is. It's like, take it for what it is. Let's not imagine it as more than what it is, you know? I think this is one of the things that we're going to commonly see, and we've been commonly seeing it for a while with just the surge in online content creators. I would just say that, like, a lot of content creators, and like, I don't know who this one is, but I'm just gonna speak kind of generally. Like, a lot of content creators, they get a lot of, you know, a lot of replies, a lot of responses, a lot of people wanting to interact with them and engage with them. And so I think a lot of them just try to, you know, limit that, because, you know, it would be a big demand to have to respond to every single message that you receive or every single response that you got. Like, even if they don't respond to it, doesn't mean that they didn't see it, doesn't mean that they didn't agree with it or enjoy it, just maybe they just didn't have the time to respond to it. And, you know, I think that's just the internet for you. The internet adds a certain layer of, like, disconnection from other people. It's like there's a lot of just... Like, we're more connected, but we're also, like, less humanizing of other people. You know, there are people out there who just see each other as, like, lines of text. They forget that there's a person behind it that typed that out. I would just say, you know, if you like this person, there's nothing wrong with still wanting to hang around this person, but I just wouldn't look too much into why they wouldn't respond to the stuff that you say. It's like, if you've done something wrong or they're annoyed with you, just assume that they would tell you or they would let you know. We don't need to make that assumption. We don't need to get ahead of ourselves. HSP, highly sensitive person. We're going to talk about HSPs today. I've got a little presentation about it. When I say little, it's 10 slides long. HSPs. We've got quite a few questions today. We should still have time to do the presentation, though. We should be fine. Is HSP associated with narcissistic tendencies? Not to my knowledge. Could be, but not usually. Like, it would make sense. It could be either way. I don't know what to do about my relationship, but I'm at the end of my rope. I love my girlfriend so much, and we've been together for years, but I just can't take it anymore. We live together and only I work. I don't mind at all. I like making her happy, and I know she has her issues that make working hard. My problem is that everything is thrown off on me, stuff I know she could do. Well, then that's not fair. That's not fair. You know, if you're in a relationship with somebody and only one of you is working, the person who's not working should help to keep the house clean. Especially if they're just going to be there all day. That's just fair. You know, you can't expect somebody to be like, hey, go out and make all the money so that we can pay rent and eat food and keep the lights on. But also, you're going to have to do all of the cleaning when you get home, too. It's like, no, not fair. Like, at that point, it's not really a partnership. It's more of a dependent. This person is a dependent on you. She insisted on getting cats and dogs, but because she never cleans the litter box and never lets the dogs out, the house smells awful. I do it when I'm home, but there's only so much a person can do. I clean, I cook, I do everything I can, I buy her gifts when I can, I try my best to listen to her and do better when she tells me the things I do wrong that hurt her. But I just can't do it anymore. She won't go to therapy. I've tried, and I won't make her. I don't want to leave her or abandon her, but I just don't know what to do anymore. She just sits there and smokes weed all day. It just feels like we're both miserable and I can't fix it. Imagine that you weren't able to get a job. Imagine that you lost her job. Imagine that something happened. What would she do to get her life together? If she did not have you to depend on, what would she do to survive? She's gonna have to figure that out. Because right now you're being held hostage. Right now, you are actually enabling her behaviors. Because you're allowing them to happen. And you're saying, you know what? There's no consequences for this. I'm gonna stay with you, in spite of how terrible things are. This is something that sometimes people will do when they don't want to be together. They will just say like, well, let's just see how bad things can get until the other person is forced to leave. This is what happens when you have two avoidant people together and neither one wants to break up with the other one, and so they just like, well, let's just see how low we can go. And it just sounds like this is really bad. You're like, there's animal waste in the house. That's bad. That's really bad. Like like if you're just letting your animals just like make waste in your house and you're not cleaning it up, like I understand having bad dogs, okay? Like I understand having bad dogs that have accidents inside, but we clean up after them. You know, we don't just let it sit there. We don't just let it, like that person needs somebody to talk to. That person is going through something. And she refuses therapy? Well, how fucking convenient. I know that's kind of crass of me to say, but it's just like, okay, like, come on. You're letting the litter boxes overfill. You're not taking the dog out. I'm like, okay. And you're refusing to go to therapy. How convenient. How convenient that you have to put in absolutely no effort. How convenient that you need to do nothing to make your life better, and that you can just take from other people. This person needs help. This person needs help, and if they are refusing to get it while they are with you, then put them into a position where they have no choice but to ask for it from someone else. Never let anyone use their mental illness or use the condition as a weapon. Yes, absolutely. And this is something that I just find very disgraceful. When people use an illness or they use trauma as a way of abusing people. They say, oh, I can't do that. I can't, and it's something that they very clearly could. This person needs help. They do. This is a bad position to be in. Like, not letting the dogs out, not cleaning the litter boxes, that is a health hazard. That is a sign of severe depression. And I know that this is a really tough situation to be in. Believe me, I know. Because you want to help this person, you want to uplift this person. But you providing for them and you taking care of them isn't doing them any favors. It's not doing anything to help motivate them to actually get their life in order. I don't mean to sound heartless, but it just sounds like things are in a really bad position. Like, this is sad for both of you. This is sad for those animals. Yeah, it's just like something's got to give. It's like, so what is that going to be? Like, something's got to give. This is just not sustainable. So what's the solution? I would like to note that you don't have to rip out all of the support all at once to try to help motivate them. That's true. That's true. Like, you don't have to just, like, you can just say, all right, well, I'm moving out in X number of days. You have that number of days to get something in order. You know, it doesn't have to be like, hey, I'm leaving right now. You know, if this person needs time to get things in order, give them that time, but then once that time is up, that time is up. So, I mean, you can try your best to just do it in a fair and meaningful way. But just know that sometimes people, you know, even if you give them, you know, a month, 2 months, we'll see what happens at the end of those 2 months. Hi Josh, I'm gay, also I graduated. Hi gay, also I graduated. They graduated. Congratulations on the graduations. One last thing that really just put me off on that previous submission. It's a very frustrating situation, but just the fact that you were put in the position where you have to make changes, you have to do better. It's like, oh, that hurt, you know, you have to do that. You have to do the work, but she's refusing to do the work on herself too. Frustrating. A frustrating situation. Congratulations on the graduations. Can you explain the difference between listening to our gut versus listening to our mind? Yes, how do we listen to our gut? Think of a situation. The easiest way that I can think of to really evoke this feeling is think of a situation in which you listened to your gut. Do you have any memories of any occasions where you had a gut feeling and you just felt it like deep in your being? Do you know what that feels like? You ever felt that before? I'm sure you have. The difference between using your brain or your gut when we talk about listening to your gut, what we're largely talking about is tapping into your vagus nerve system. As you can see, it connects all of our major organs to a little cluster here called the vagal ganglia. These parts of your nervous system, it kind of forms its own like mini brain within your bigger brain. Like, I know that we like to, and this is gonna be really trippy for some of us. You know, our brain, our consciousness, our awareness, it's actually many different things operating in tandem, operating together at such a high speed that it kind of creates the illusion of just being one contiguous thing. And so there's this separate and distinct part of your nervous system that is able to do its own portion of processing. And then that is interpreted by our bigger brain. And we interpret that feeling as a gut feeling or a feeling from your heart or, you know. So just think about your gut feeling. It's like your gut processes information, but it processes it differently. You know, thinking things with your mind, it's like, you're asking questions, you're chasing queries, you know, one question but just begets another question, and then there's more questions behind that. Thinking with your mind, it loves to raise questions. And what I've noticed is that if you think, or you are open up to the interpretation of, you know, thinking with other parts of your body, less questions, more answers. You know, when we think with our gut or when we think with our heart, it's not really a question. It's just posing an answer to us. The head loves questions. Reminds me of a line I heard in a guided meditation. The mind has no answers, and the heart asks no questions. So yeah, different, distinct parts of our nervous system, just operating in different ways in tandem with each other. Also, you have neurons in those parts of your bodies. You have neurons in your heart, you have neurons in your GI tract. The body, it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Hello, Papa. I struggle a lot with finding meaning. Usually I deal with this by distancing myself, but the meaninglessness always comes back. I struggle with being partly narcissistic sometimes too. I'm not sure how to get better. I'm scared, ashamed of myself, and stay most of my time indoors. Alright, here's the thing. The awareness you have is going to be your biggest tool in correcting all of these things. You want to get better? You can get better. But you can't fix a problem that you don't know exists. So you know it exists. What would you recommend in my situation? Thanks for taking the time to read and answer. Yeah, let's talk about it. You struggle a lot with finding meaning? Okay. Life is an unending search for meaning. Life is about learning to appreciate the pursuit. It's about appreciating finding. Because there are many times in life where we will find a sense of meaning and it will contribute to our overall sense of meaning. But there are always going to be unanswered questions. There's always going to be mysteries. There's always going to be unknowns. So life is about finding more and more about what gives meaning to you. What gives a sense of meaning to you? What were you put here to do? Distracting yourself from finding meaning is simply trying to find meaning in the distraction. And so I would say, instead of seeking distractions, search for meaning. So you're not sure how to get better, you're feeling scared and ashamed of yourself, and you stay most of the time indoors. Where I would start is by forgiving yourself. Forgive yourself for being human. And then decide where you want to go from there. What do you want the meaning of your life to be? Now, this will never be a question that you answer completely. It's just about finding things that are more and more meaningful to you. So if you want to find meaning, live life in a meaningful way. Take some time to figure out what that means, though. Don't just jump right into it. You might go down the wrong path. Take some time to think about it. What do you want to do with this information? You have awareness, and this is a gift. What do you want to do with it? Where do you want to take it? I never learned to forgive myself too. It hurts like hell. It's a great place to start. Forgiving yourself is a great place to start. Forgive yourself for not being perfect. Forgive yourself for being human. Forgive yourself for being so demanding and impatient with yourself. Not giving yourself the time you need to grow into the person that you're meant to be. Instead of celebrating the growth that you are making into that person. May I vent real quick? Fire away. So, I ended my most important friendship yesterday. It lasted 5 months. The friend helped me mentally, and there were lots of good moments. But I also wasn't treated like a friend. I just want to pause for a minute here. This is a friendship that lasted 5 months, and you were not treated like a friend. So this was not your most important friendship. At least not ever. Maybe yet, but I just want to say that, like, as far as friendships go, being treated like a friend is pretty important. For example, we made plans and I had to wait for 7 hours for them to cancel the plans after me waiting and telling me that waiting for them is fatal. Also, their boyfriend told them that I was some kind of criminal who just wanted her address to do something horrible. What? What? I had her address, and the reason he said that was because of a Christmas gift I sent? What? She believed him, and that's where I knew I had to set boundaries, since every time I mentioned concerns around her behavior, it ended in her insulting me and me just taking the insults for the sake of the friendship. Am I in the wrong? No. No, this person does not know how to treat other people. And how do I manage to move on? I can't stop thinking it was a bad decision since she was very, very important to me and always was my #1 person to message when something good or bad happened. Okay, I don't think this person really treated you like a friend. I would just... When you find somebody who actually treats you like a friend, you'll know. It'll feel different. There shouldn't be a hierarchy here. And it kind of feels like you were kind of like putting this person on a pedestal almost. Find a friend who treats you like an equal. Find a friend who treats you like a friend. Instead of just like you're there, you know? You were cleaning up all of your Discord servers, you know, leaving a bunch that you weren't active in and stuff, and somebody whose server you left, they messaged you and told you that you weren't welcome back, or that's kind of unwell. See, that's one of the ways that parasocialism goes both ways. Like when we were talking about parasocial behaviors earlier, parasocial behaviors are not just from the viewer onto the, you know, streamer or YouTuber or whoever. You know, it goes the other way too. And a lot of content creators can be pretty parasocial with their communities. So you left somebody's server and they messaged you about it? That's a little parasocial of them. Especially if it's like I could understand if this was like a close friend, like if a close friend of mine like left a server or something, like somebody that I talked to regularly, somebody I've known for a long time, you know, like I could understand being like, "Hey, all right, I saw you left the server. I was just checking in to see if everything's okay." But it's just like if you're just kind of like a rando, um and you're not really active in the server and then you leave the server, like, okay, I just kind of, okay, yeah, fine. Because that just tells you that first off, they're watching who leaves the server. They're watching who leaves. They're watching, and they're like, oh, hold on, why did they leave? They're like fixated on it. It's a tad bit unhealthy. I love it when my cat grooms me, so I tried to return the favor and licked her on the forehead, but now her head is wet and I feel bad. Don't lick the cat back. Don't let the intrusive thoughts win. Don't let the intrusive thoughts win. Don't lick the cat back. You know what I do? You know what I do? I rub the cat on their head with my beard. I go like, I rub my beard on their head and they like it. Now, you know what they make. You know what they make. This is the thing. You can get the Lickum cat brush. You just put it in your mouth. Also, when you're at it, make sure to pick up your copy of How to Talk to Your Cat About Gun Safety. This is a really important book to, especially if you live in America. They make all sorts of these too. If you don't like that style, like they make other ones too. Also, you look like a complete and utter lunatic when you use it. I'm sorry, but you do. Afternoon. Good afternoon, Rorschach. How's you doing? How's it going? How you doing? Happy birthday. It's Rorschach's birthday. Okay, maybe I just pet her. Or get her, like, a brush that simulates a cat's tongue. They make special brushes that mimic a cat's tongue. You could just use that. You don't have to put one in your mouth. That's why I just use my beard. I just rub my beard on the cats and they can't tell the difference. Don't lick the cat's head. They're gonna get wet. Thank you for letting me get that out. I feel like I can evict them from my brain now. Oh yeah, you're fine. It's like sometimes in a situation you just need to be reminded, like, this person was acting out of line, and so you know what I mean. Like you're not the like, I think it is a little weird for a you know, a community person, you know, like a streamer or a content creator, to like be essentially harassing people who leave the community. Like, oh, I see you left the Discord server. I'm like, you didn't even fill out the exit survey. I've been struggling a lot with missing my ex. To preface this, this is the ex who is weird about me having past relationships / sex. Oh, that person? Oh yeah, you didn't pass this person's purity test and they just wanted to hold it over your head for the rest of your life? Like, I just want to preface this, like, since you're prefacing and I'm prefacing. You preface, I get to preface as well. We'll both preface. You want to be very mindful of people in relationships who are like this. People who will like use your past relationships, your past that you have had sex before, and they like use that as a way to like manipulate you. You want to be really mindful of that. They don't actually care about it, they just want to use it as a tool to manipulate you. They want to make you feel like you're not good enough or that you're inferior. They want to, it's a way of like breaking you down. So I'm glad to hear that you were able to, you know, break free of that. Reflecting on the relationship, at times I feel bad that I broke up with him, like I gave up on him, instead of trying to make things work. No. Okay, no. You didn't give up on him, he gave up on himself. The changes he needed to make were reasonable. You did the right thing. But then I quickly remind myself that I spent too much time with him and he wasn't willing to improve on things. Exactly. Exactly. Like, if you're gonna wait in a relationship for somebody to change something about themselves, you gotta be realistic with yourself. How long are you willing to wait? How immediately does this change need to happen? And how willing to wait are you? It sucks feeling like I lost a soulmate because besides his deep insecurity issues, we actually had a lot of commonality, but of course it doesn't excuse his unhealthy, abusive behaviors. You know, it sounds like you did have somewhat of a connection, but you also have to wonder, like, how much of that connection was actually just him trying to get his claws in. Like, I've seen a lot of people in abusive relationships, and a commonality that I've seen is like they still miss that person because they feel like I've never been that close to someone before. But part of what people don't realize is that that's one of the ways that they keep their claws in you. Is that, you know, so you have to kind of wonder a little bit, like how much of that connection was actually genuine, and how much of that connection was them just trying to get you closer, to lure you in. You just got to be mindful of that. When you're dealing with unhealthy, abusive, manipulative people, you got to wonder how much of that connection was actually genuine and how much was just them trying to I'm still working on breaking those restrictions he placed on me during the relationship because it would trigger him to feel insecure. I wasn't allowed to say certain things, like couch, Mexican, or anything about a certain friend or specific thing. This guy really had you to the point where you were forbidden from using certain words. You were forbidden from using certain words around this person because they would just make them so upset. That's so childish. You better not say that word or else I'm going to get so mad. Oh, you said it. This is the type of person who has a lot of deep-seated anger within them, and they're just looking for a reason to be angry. And so one of the things that they do is that they set up all of these impossibly complex or unnecessary rules and guidelines for how you need to protect their emotions, otherwise you're getting the angry. This person doesn't need a relationship, this person needs therapy. I know I'll heal from this eventually, but it just sucks. Thank you for reading, and I appreciate you, Josh, and chat. Well, hey, we appreciate you too. You're gonna heal from this, and not only are you gonna heal from this, but you're probably gonna heal quicker than you might think. Let me ask you something. How long do you think you will need to heal from this? How much longer do you think you'll be spending on healing? Couple weeks? Couple months? If you just really focus on healing, if you just really focus on, moving past this and getting over this, how long do you think it'll take? I'm thinking you could be over this by February. Do you think you could do it sooner? Not only are you going to get over this loser, but you're also going to get over them in spectacular fashion, so... let us know when that happens. We'll be here to celebrate. Alright. We've got a presentation on deck. We've got a presentation on deck, folks. Are we ready? I'm going to take a short little break. I'm going to go let the dogs outside. But while I do that, I'm going to run a poll. I'm going to run a poll while I take a quick break. I'm going to go let the dogs outside. The question here for you today is, are you an HSP? Are you a highly sensitive person? Somewhere between 10 and 20% of people. So it's not rare. It's pretty common. Alright, I will be right back. Yeah, kinda, I think. Oh. If you have to ask, you probably are. Also, here's a test. If you think you might be, but you're not sure, I linked a test you can take. It's got 14. You have to answer 14 of the questions, but yeah, you can take a test here. So if you're not sure, can it fluctuate, you think? Oh, see, now you're thinking. See, now you're thinking. So this is why I evaluate your input. Sometimes it's nice to have somebody who's on my same, or at least a similar wavelength of outside the box thinking. Yes, your sensitivity can fluctuate. Just like some people in life might be driven to be less sensitive. Some people might have just had difficult things happen to them and made them feel less sensitive or less, and then other people will have other things happen to them that make them more sensitive. They open up to emotionality. And so, yes, it can change. And we're actually going to talk about that in the presentation today. We're going to talk about how to be a more sensitive person. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm going to let the dogs out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I am back. All right, I am back. Thank you for waiting. Waiting for those dogs to go outside. The dogs are wearing their winter coats today. And so whenever Scout is outside wearing her winter coat, she likes to take her time. So she was just out there exploring. So that was why we were waiting. I was waiting to get the dogs to catch up. But that probably gave you some time to check out that HSP test. If you're curious to find out if you're a highly sensitive person, you can take a test here, and this is made by Dr. Elaine Aaron. This is the person that we're referencing today. Not a lot of questions. Pretty quick. Just yes or no. Just check if you are. So if you got over 14, if you got 14 or higher, you are probably highly sensitive. Anyway. "15, welcome to the club." 15, welcome to the club. 19, welcome to the club. 22, welcome to the club. How many questions are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 questions? Used to be worse, so I consider that an improvement. All right, today we're going to talk all about HSPs. HSP, it stands for highly sensitive person. What is a highly sensitive person, you ask? Well, you're in the right place, because we're going to talk about it. I scored pretty high on the HSP thing when I took it. The PDF someone linked. Yeah, anything over a 14 and you're probably a pretty sensitive person. So we're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about what it means. We're going to talk about what it doesn't mean. We're going to talk about some misconceptions. We're going to talk about some ways to thrive while being an HSP. And we're also going to talk about ways to become a more sensitive person, because we are framing sensitivity as a strength today. Consider the ways that sensitivity can be strength. What comes to mind when I say that? Intuition, Enosburg, compassion. Yeah, all of those. It's funny you mention that because I am an empath. Good. All right. So today we're going to talk all about HSPs. If you're curious to find out whether or not you are one, there's a test you can take online. Doesn't take long, it's just a few questions. Just click yes or no, and then you get your score. You want to be under your double-weighted blankets right now, was I right? Well, yeah, because I always want to be under my double-weighted blankets, so that's an easy one. It's where I would generally rather be. Alright, let's get to it. What is a highly sensitive person? When I say highly sensitive person, you might get a mental image of what that is. You might have an idea of what that means. We're going to talk about what it actually means today. For a long time, sensitivity has been framed as something to be ashamed of or something that is a weakness. But that is not the case. The term was originally coined by Dr. Elaine Aron. This is the person whose quiz I linked. If you go to hsperson.com, you can take a self-test. Are you highly sensitive? "27 questions. You have to get 14. Don't tell them that. Go with the bit. Well, I mean, you were right. You weren't wrong. So I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The term, as described by Dr. Aron, is that it describes individuals with heightened sensitivity to external stimuli, emotions, and subtleties in their environment. Kind of like a cat. Your HSPs, they're kind of cat-coded. You know what I mean? Have you ever found cats relatable? Sensitive little guys. They got all these whiskers and stuff. Very aware of their environment. HSPs make up roughly 15 to 20% of the population. So it's not rare, but it's still unique. I would also say that here, in a online mental health space, we probably collect an above average number of HSPs. Just being here, you're probably already more likely to be one. Sensitivity is tied to your nervous system, and HSPs process stimuli more deeply. So that being a HSP does not mean that you are just overly emotional or that you are just, that's not what it means. It means that your nervous system, the way that you perceive everything around you, the sights, the sounds, the touches, all of it, more finely tuned. You can pick up more easily on subtleties. You process those stimuli more deeply. I wound up here because other streams were too stimulating. I mean, you know, shout out to the people who can keep the energy up. And, you know, to sit there and stream for hours a day and keep the energy up, that's demanding. It's exhausting. Couldn't be me. So the pacing feels a little bit slower than other streams. I'll take it as a compliment. I understand that you're calling me slow and simple, but I will choose to take them as compliments today. All right, here are some key traits of a highly sensitive person. You have strong emotional reactions. This may include empathy, compassion, or in how you develop stress. Your emotions might be a little more, there might be a little more oomph. Might be a little more oomph in your emotions. Maybe you're a more empathetic person. You know, maybe you're able to show more compassion. Maybe you're probably just a little bit more emotionally aware, a little bit more emotionally in tune. HSPs are often very aware of small details or subtle changes in their surroundings. Like maybe they're like an HSP, you know, hold on. Let me pause the music for a second. I'm going to play a sound for you that will be a great litmus test for whether or not a person is an HSP. Now, this isn't going to be perfect. This sound right here, the chirp of a fire alarm that's battery is too low. Like, as an HSP, if I hear a low battery on a fire alarm, I will seek it out and I will either replace the battery or disable the fire alarm. Because I could not live with that noise. But there are people who they're just like, oh yeah, it's just background noise. I'm like, there's just no way. There's just no way. I couldn't do it. But some people do. Some people will just... I couldn't do it. I'm curious how many other people in here get chills from music, and if you consider yourself HSP. That's a good question, and that's actually something that does tie into being an HSP. You actually appreciate art and music on an even deeper level. An HSP might find themselves easily overwhelmed by loud noises, bright lights, or chaotic environments. An HSP often has a rich inner world, a strong imagination, and deep processing of experiences. They may also be deeply affected by criticism, negativity, or intense emotional changes. Now, there were a couple questions in chat earlier that I'm going to take a moment now to revisit. Does being an HSP have any overlap or any with narcissistic traits? You know, any type of correlation with narcissistic traits? You know, being deeply affected by criticism, being easily overwhelmed, you know, could be. Not every HSP is a narcissist, but there are definitely going to be narcissists who are HSPs. Because HSP is just a trait. It's just a trait of a person. It's not a diagnosis. You know, it's just a trait of the human. There's also going to be a lot of overlap between people who are HSPs and people who are autistic. You'll also see a lot of this high level of sensitivity in autistic people. So anyway, when you think of an HSP, just think of a person who has a heightened a heightened nervous system. And this can manifest in many different ways. Some of these people can be very empathetic, compassionate, emotionally aware people. Some of these people could end up becoming highly manipulative people because just think about some of the benefits or the strengths that could come from being a more sensitive person. Awareness of small details, awareness of, you know, emotional reactions and stuff. You know, Anyway. Any questions? Let us continue. So that's what an HSP is. Let's talk about what it is not. Let's clarify some misconceptions. First off, it's not any type of disorder. It's a trait. Much like introversion is a trait. Being an HSP is simply a trait. It's something that you would see in tandem with other things, but it is just a trait of you as a person. It's not a diagnosis. It's not a disorder. It's just a trait. It's also not the same thing as shyness. There are many HSPs who are extroverted, but still sensitive to stimuli. Also, it's not about weakness. Sensitivity does not equal fragility. It reflects a deep level of awareness and processing. So, an analogy for you, if you're still unclear on what it means to be an HSP, think about HSPs as having a highly tuned antenna. They might pick up on signals that others might miss, but that same sensitivity can sometimes feel overwhelming. So that's what an HSP is. Let's take a moment to reframe sensitivity. As I said before, sensitivity is not a weakness, it is actually a strength. Your sensitivity is not something that you need to fix or hide. It is something that allows you to do different things. It allows you to experience life on a deeper, more meaningful level. It allows you to contribute to the world in ways that require compassion, creativity, and insight. Sensitivity brings balance to a world that often values action over reflection. Being sensitive does not mean you are weak. It means you feel deeply, care deeply, and experience life fully. The reason why I feel the need to mention this is because there has been a trend in history to frame sensitivity as weakness, a lot of, discouragement of people from embracing or actually feeling their feelings. And so we're reframing it. Let us continue. Let's go into some of the challenges that a highly sensitive person might face. Overstimulation. Whether it's busy environments, dealing with too much sensory input, emotional intensity, it can become overwhelming. When you've got a finely tuned nervous system, and you are picking up on all of this sensory input, the scents, the sights, the sounds, the textures, it can become overwhelming. We get a little overstimulated. I've realized my ability to care about stuff is a huge strength after dealing with so many people who don't give a shit about anything, right? Oh my god, this is just something that I really wish I could just take as an idea and just put into everyone's head. Like if you just had one idea that you could just share amongst everyone, it's like, I want people to understand that not caring doesn't make you cool. Nobody gives a shit that you don't give a shit about anything. And a lot of people are just like, it makes me so cool. I just don't care about anything or anybody. I'm so fucking cool. And it's just like, okay. Josh, I think you're looking into far too far into this. It's very simply the same thing as if you were to whisper into a new microphone for the Windows microphone setup and now it interprets normal speaking as megaphone volumes. Did this help anyone? What? They were making a nice analogy. I get the analogy, I'm just... I'm looking too far into it. I'm trying to interpret this. HSPs, you might feel misunderstood. You might be labeled as too sensitive or overreactive in a society that prizes toughness. You got to feel like they were having trouble following the nuance. I have a hard time following myself half the time. Like, I... Never start a sentence and you're just like, alright, where am I going with this? It's like, I just start cooking sometimes and I'm just like, I didn't even check to see what I had in the kitchen. I guess I'm just gonna have to make it work. Guess we're making a stir fry. HSPs may also deal with emotional exhaustion. Constantly processing emotions, both their own and others, can lead to burnout. HSPs, often overthinkers. I try to keep my reactivity in check. Oh, I need to keep my reactivity in check. Hello, sir. Had a good day. Well, hello to you, too. I'm glad to hear you had a good day. HSPs may also have a difficult time setting boundaries. Their empathetic nature can make it hard to say no or protect their energy. You know, when somebody asks you for something and you're like, "Aw, man, but I can really empathize with them. I can really put myself in their perspective. I can really see how hard it is." Hope you had a good day, G, with no craft beer. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, a day without craft beer is another day in paradise. If the CIA ever wanted to torture me, they would just have to sit me down and drink double IPAs. So these are some of the challenges that HSPs face. By being aware of these challenges, we can do something about them. Speaking of, let's talk about the strengths of being an HSP. Because if you look at things from my perspective, being a highly sensitive person, it's kind of like a superpower. Your awareness really is everything. When harnessed well, sensitivity is a superpower. Let's talk about how. Empathy and compassion. HSPs are naturally attuned to others' feelings and excel in supportive roles. HSP stands for highly sensitive persons. Yep, correct. HSPs also have a fine attention to detail. Their keen awareness makes them great at noticing things that others overlook. HSPs are often highly creative as well. They have rich imaginations and a deep appreciation for art, music, and beauty. Just take a moment to appreciate the fact that you can experience art, cinema, music, on a level that others might not even be able to comprehend. I've been struggling to even set boundaries because I was taught basically I should not have any. I just need to do what I'm told and don't ask questions. And that's wrong and unfair, right? To just you're not a robot, you're a human. Why do teachers for accept want to know us more than they even know? Your guess is as good as mine. I use my attention to detail and appreciation for beauty to shit on Marvel movies, and that's all? I thought you agreed to not use your powers for evil. Yeah, but I feel weaker for being so, haha. It feels if you can harness it, and we're going to talk about how to do that. We're going to talk about how to harness. We're going to talk about how to actually thrive as a highly sensitive person. How to recognize these strengths. If you're interested in experience of sounds at a fundamental level, check out John. Okay. I'll take a look on my own time. Another strength of being an HSP is the deep connections that you will experience in life. Because of your high sensitivity, you are able to form more meaningful, authentic relationships due to the emotional depth that you are able to achieve. You might be able to take relationships to entirely new levels. HSPs also have a good intuition. Their heightened awareness helps them to read the room and navigate situations effectively. How good are you at reading the room? See, here's the thing. We want to be able to read the room, but we also don't want to overthink about the room that we are in. We want to try to take things as they are and not start speculating too much. The thing about being a highly sensitive person is that it takes practice to hone these abilities. They can become overwhelming. So let's talk about how to thrive as an HSP. How can we really just take better care of ourselves and hone these abilities? First off, let's talk about self-care and boundaries. First off, recognize your limits. If you need quiet time to decompress, schedule it. Give yourself a soothing environment when you're feeling overstimulated. Noise-canceling headphones, dim lights, weighted blankets. Why are we students expected to know the subjects better when even the teachers can't do it? Well, because they're hoping that you can figure it out. They're like, I don't know what this means. I was hoping you could teach me. As they say, in learning you will teach, and in teaching you will learn. Learn to say no when you need to protect your energy. This is a really big one. Saying no is normal. Saying no is okay. Just like I have no coffee in this cup. If you need to practice saying no, get a dog. If you need to practice telling someone no, get a dog. You'll have to learn how to say it pretty quickly. The thing about dogs is that dogs need boundaries. If you don't set good boundaries with a dog, they're gonna run all over you. So dogs can be really great if you need to learn how to set boundaries, learn how to say no. Get a puppy. Please don't get a dog if you're not prepared to have one. Yeah, also that. Make sure you have enough money to feed it. Make sure you have the time and energy to give it exercise and to play with it and take care of it. And just say no to strangers on the street where there are no consequences. Oh, who knows? This is America. This is America. Who knows? Who knows what people are carrying around? Go tell yourself no in the mirror. I've seen too many people with no boundaries own dogs. Oh yeah, then that's always a recipe for a... Don't take this advice literally. Don't actually get a dog if you're not ready for a dog. Having a dog's kind of like having a child. It's going to be a big investment. It's a big responsibility. Alright, let's go into some more ways how to thrive as an HSP through a skill known as emotional regulation. Emotional regulation. Being able to ground yourself when you're feeling overwhelmed. The way that we do this is by practicing our mindfulness. If you don't know how to practice your mindfulness, ask someone in chat. I'm sure they'll catch you up. They'll get you up to speed. Utilizing journaling or creative expression can also help to process those intense feelings. You know, if you feel like you've got emotions and they need to get out, art is a great way to express those feelings. Here's another skill to pick up on. Developing emotional filters by identifying what's truly yours to carry. No single human is capable of carrying the entire emotional burden of the entire human species. It just cannot happen. You don't have the bandwidth. You don't have the RAM. And one of the things that we will do that will overwhelm us is we will carry things that are not ours to carry. So take time to be mindful, do some introspection, and recognize what is truly yours to carry. Oh God, I do that, I think. You're not alone in that. One of the things that people will do, we find it easier to pick up other people's problems than to pick up our own problems. We look at other people's problems and we're like, see this I could fix, this I have, I could do something about. Me, my problems, my life? No, never. Learning how to emotionally regulate is a tremendously important skill. It's invaluable. This is why, you know how we're always talking about viewing your problems as if they're happening to someone else, they're happening to your best friend, or you're looking at yourself from a third-person perspective? This is why we teach people to do that, is because there's just something about human cognition where our problems feel unfixable, whereas other people's problems feel more fixable. Could this be some sort of biological mechanism that encourages us to help each other? I don't know. But all I know is that if you feel like other people's problems are easier to solve than my problems, you are absolutely correct. Lean into your strengths. There are strengths of being an HSP, so lean into them. Use your empathy to help others, while remembering to fill your own cup. You cannot pour from an empty cup. So if you're running out of juice, you need to go back to the fridge. And if there's no juice in the fridge, you have to go to the grocery store. Take time to pursue those creative outlets. Channel that deep inner world, tap into that vibrant imagination. My therapist told me it's because we process our problems with our amygdala, but we think about other people's problems with our prefrontal cortex. Yep. Your problems are more localized. They are more tapped into the primal, like primitive parts of your brain. Whereas other people's problems, those are more up here. Those are more like, It's easier to think about them in a different way because they don't feel like, oh my god, they're right here. They're at home. Another way to lean into your strengths is to surround yourself with people who appreciate your sensitivity and your unique perspective. You know, find people who understand you. Understand them as well. Grow closer to them. Appreciate each other's perspectives. I also feel when I think about my own problems, I spiral/ruminate. Alright, here, I'm gonna give you something. I'm gonna take a little bit of me. I'm gonna take a very little version of me here, and I'm gonna say, here, you can put this in your brain. And the next time you think about your problems, run them by that guy first. Just be like, hey. Just ask him, what would he think? When you catch yourself spiraling, just be like, well, what would he say to do? What would he think? What's most important to you at the moment? That's a good question. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to think about it. So, here's the thing. Maybe you're not an HSP, but maybe you are open to becoming a more sensitive person. Maybe in looking at this presentation and thinking, oh yeah, actually being more sensitive sounds kind of cool. You know, being more empathetic, compassionate, being able to experience life to its fullest, being able to really just express creativity, enjoy art. That sounds rad. So maybe I want to be more sensitive. Let's talk about how you can do it. I didn't want to leave out the non-HSPs in this presentation, so I included some bits about how you could increase your sensitivity. Because sensitivity is a tool, and this tool can be cultivated for connection, empathy, and awareness. So whether you're naturally sensitive or not, here are some strategies to deepen your sensitivity. Practice active listening. Focus on truly hearing others without interrupting or judging. This is something that they teach you how to do in therapy school. It's a very valuable skill to have. Truly listening, instead of just waiting to speak. Use thoughtful, open-ended questions to gain understanding about a person's perspective. Tell me more about why you feel that way. Cultivate that mindfulness. Take time to slow down and notice the small details in your environment. That's what mindfulness is all about, just learning to slow down, learning to be more aware, learning to put yourself in your senses. Mindfulness is a really important skill to have. And one of the things that you might notice is the more you practice mindfulness, the more sensitive you might find yourself to be. You might find yourself, feeling more sentimental. You might find yourself being more reflective, more compassionate. Good. Pay attention to the sights and sounds and feelings that you are experiencing without rushing past them. Let them soak in. Really just feel them. Develop empathy. Empathy is a skill. It's one you can practice. And so when people try to play it off like they can't understand where somebody's coming from, it's like, okay, you just need to practice it more. It's a skill. You can learn how to do it. Putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. Reflecting on their emotions and experiences, even if you don't share those emotions and experiences. That's what empathy is all about. Empathy is not about just me pretending I'm them. It's trying to view things from their perspective as clearly as you possibly can, so that you can understand them better. Not because you agree with them, not because you share those thoughts or the feelings or emotions, but because you are trying to understand this person even more. Take time to engage with art and nature. Spend time with music, literature, or any type of visual art that stirs your emotions. Allow yourself to be moved by beauty in the natural world. Go out into nature and just observe. See how everything plays into each other. The rocks, the trees, the birds, the bees. It all forms this symphony. Recognize your place within that natural order. Take time to reflect on your emotions. Whether through journaling or simply pausing to identify your feelings, can help you to process them more deeply. And by learning to understand yourself, it makes it easier to connect with others. Lastly, be present in your relationships. Show up authentically and give people your full attention. Celebrate emotional vulnerability. It's what creates meaningful connections. All right? All right. Let's wrap it up. Sensitivity is not about weakness or fragility. It's about depth, connection, and awareness. I think even just taking time to talk about it today and to reframe sensitivity has been empowering. At least I hope it has been. Because I know that a lot of people who probably feel overly sensitive might feel as if it is a deficit or a weakness because they have historically felt overstimulated or overwhelmed by things. And I'm telling you here today that it does not need to be a weakness. It's an ability. It's something that you can hone. You can make it work for you. My teacher said I'm an emotional train wreck. And why did they say that? Even though I'm an HSP, I'm losing my sensitivity to admiring things. I'm more anxious than admiring. Try to recapture it. Be mindful of it and try to tap back into that feeling. You gotta rekindle that flame. If you want that flame to grow, you gotta take care of that fire. HSPs experience life with greater intensity and can bring balance, creativity, and compassion to the world. Whether you identify as an HSP or not, sensitivity can help you to build stronger relationships, deepen your understanding of yourself and others, find beauty and meaning in everyday moments. Sensitivity, when embraced, is a unique strength. It is one that allows us to engage with life fully, to feel deeply, and to make the world a kinder place. Any questions about HSPs? How are we feeling? I just want to break the stigma that sensitivity is the same as fragility. It is not. Sensitivity is awareness, and awareness is strength. I'm feeling better, less anxious. If I were to be honest, if I were a betting man, and I had to put my money on either anxiety or you, I would put my money on you every day of the week. I heard through the grapevine there was a sensitive, specific question in the submission box if there's time. Oh, we'll be going back to the question box here in just a moment. So what do we think about the concept of HSPs? Is it something you identify with? Is it something that you feel like you understand better? Is it something that makes no sense to you? Is it something that, what do you think about it? What are your thoughts? I remember the time where I found out that I was one. I was sitting in my doctor's office and I was telling my doctor, I was just like, I feel like people are walking through life and they're just asleep. I feel like I'm noticing things and picking up on stuff, and I feel like I'm just. And then I was just talking to my doctor about this, and my doctor's like, "Have you ever heard of an HSP?" He was like, "My wife's an HSP." And so that's what I found out. It's like when you hear this in the background, and you're just like, "How did no one notice that?" You're like, what's that fucking noise? I never knew it was a thing until now. Well, it's a thing. Resonated not to take on all the problems of the world? Absolutely. I think there's a hesitancy to identify with a lot of psychological adjacent terminology because there's this assumption that you have to meet certain criteria at a certain level to qualify as whatever, and that's not true at all. Yeah, HSP, this is not a diagnostic term. This is a trait. Just like being introverted is a trait, or being extroverted. This is just. It's something that has a lot of overlap with people from all walks of life, all different types of bodies, all different types of brains. Your perception is a superpower, and I would be happy to help you train it. I would recommend all my HSPs out there, start meditating. Really practice that mindfulness. Anonymous just gifted 5 subs. Oh, just in time. Just in time, Anonymous. I just noticed that my sub count went down below 300. And I was just about to start shilling for subs. So you're right on time, Anonymous. Thank you so much for those 5 gifted subs. By the way, chat, if you like this content, if you like this community, please consider supporting by subscribing to this stream or gifting one of these brave, beautiful people who aren't subscribed the gift of all of our cute little cat emotes. My favorite is the cheer. That's my favorite one. So we appreciate everybody who supports this community, whether you chat, whether you lurk, whether you submit questions to the box. This stream is made possible due to the support of viewers like you. Thank you. She had one of those Sierra Loft candles on her desk and I couldn't focus on the test anymore. So, your teacher said that you were a mental train wreck because you were distracted by a candle? That seems like a bit of an extreme reaction. Also, that seems kind of rude. Maybe they were just projecting. Maybe they're the mental train wreck and they're just projecting that onto you. Alright everybody, let's get back into the question box. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what's going on in the question box. Much to be said about the education system. Yeah, and this is the result of teachers being put into a position where they have to do more with less year after year after year after year. Like, teachers are having to, like, buy their own stuff, buy their own supplies, you know, work extra hours. I feel like we need a reform. We need a reform. My friend is also a middle school music teacher and she gets bullied by her students. It's insane. What is this madness? Yeah, I wouldn't want to work with teenagers. Teenagers are fucking mean, dude. Like, have you met teenagers lately? Like, teenagers can just be so mean. It's like they have the vocabulary to say some really awful stuff, and then they just don't have the emotional awareness to realize that saying it is a terrible idea. Like, ugh, you're saying such hurtful things that you're probably gonna regret. You know, things you're probably gonna be like, damn, why was I such an asshole? You know, like, you're probably gonna look back and be like, oh my god, I'm gonna lose sleep over this. What's up, Josh? Oh, Oh, not much. How are you doing? I think schools should employ bullies to verbally berate bad students into submission. Yeah, we need to hire professional bullies to come bully the bullies into submission, and then we're gonna have to get even bigger bullies to get those bullies under control, and then it's just gonna become bully after bully after bully after bully. What's up, Josh? I received a clinical diagnosis of ADD over a decade ago, and occasionally, like once every 2 or 4 weeks, fairly infrequently, I'll find myself getting incredibly and irrationally angry at someone's chewing or breathing sounds, usually limited to chewing, that I'll have to step away for a few minutes. Any idea of potential explanations for this? There's a word for it. It's called misophonia. Misophonia is a disorder where you have a decreased tolerance to specific sounds and things you can sense related to them. Whether it be people chewing food, the ticking of a clock, heavy breathing, clicking of a pen, water dripping, tapping, rustling, lip smacking. Your reactions can be emotional feelings like anger. Your heart rate can increase. It may affect approximately 1 in 5 people during their lifetime, which means that it's not often lifelong. So what causes it? Experts don't know what causes it. Could be due to your brain activity. You could just be hyperfixating on it. Do not put a pen near me. I will tap the button at the top. I think that what it probably ties into is anger and anxiety that's manifested, at a target that you can observe. Like, you might have something going on in your life, something that you're worried about, anxious about, stressed about, but you might not be in a position to really do anything about it. And those feelings are still looking for something to target. Those feelings are looking for an outlet. And that guy over there who's chewing with his mouth open, he's just going... That gives me an outlet. It really only happens like maybe 10 to 12 times a year, but I always felt so weird when it happens, because if someone asks me what's wrong, oh, nothing, just inexplicably filled with rage by your chewing and I gotta step away or I might punch something, nothing weird, I promise. Have you ever considered this is gonna sound weird. It sounds weird in my brain before I even say it as words. Have you ever considered laughing at yourself? Have you ever considered laughing at how angry you're getting over something that doesn't matter? Instead of following up that anger and treating this anger as like, oh yes, this anger is valid, this anger is justified. I'm gonna light this fire. Something I've found to be really powerful in managing expressions of anger is to learn to find humor within yourself. I usually do laugh at myself, but not until I buy into the anger and realize that I don't need to be doing this, Lamau. The thing about managing anger is that anger is very quick. Anger is one of those things that, when we consider different emotional states, different responses to different stimuli, some of them operate more quickly, some of them take more time to really activate. Anger is one of those quick ones. And so what can be helpful is to notice when you're starting to get elevated. Maybe you feel your heart rate going up. Maybe you're starting to like hyperventilate a little bit. Slow your breathing back down. I've had terrible tantrums under a lot of stress. I hope I never have it again. It's a feeling of great loss of control. Oh yeah, absolutely. If we want to prevent things like that from happening, one of the best ways to do that is to really just learn to recognize those moments before the emotion really kicks in. Notice yourself when you're really you're starting to get escalated a little bit so you can bring it back down. Instead of letting things just continue to heat up until the pot boils over. Okay, think about this picture. Just imagine you're at a restaurant and you see somebody and they're just getting irrationally angry at somebody else because they're eating with their mouth open or they're making smacking sounds or something. Just imagine you're at a restaurant and you're watching them do this. You'd probably think it was pretty funny. You'd probably think, that's pretty funny. Why is that guy getting so mad? Just learn to recognize when you're becoming that person who's getting so mad. And then learn to realize, like, oh, that's kind of funny. Like, oh, you got me. Also, when I was little, I used to have problems expressing anger. Again, very infrequently get angry, but without healthy expression, it would usually end up manifesting in extreme physical outlets. That it'll do, you know, like... There's almost an argument to be made here to regularly blow off some steam so that our anger and frustration does not need to build gradually over time to where when we actually do get angry, we erupt. I think this is why it's healthy to have regular opportunities to let off some steam, even though we're not angry, just because it's just a good stress relief for us. Don't you hate it when you're, you know, drinking ketchup and your friend is eating and you're just so mad? It's been tough for me because there's no snow for skiing, no sunlight for biking, and work canceled my gym membership. Why would they do that? That's kind of rude, actually, for them to do that. If I'm being honest, that's pretty rude. Time to start doing some, calisthenics. Sometimes I think about doing some martial arts to regulate this a bit. Martial arts is a great way to learn to regulate yourself. Martial arts, it's also a great way to take out those feelings, you know? Would recommend. I regulate a lot better when I exercise an hour a day. You know? Yoga mat. Yoga time. I've been getting back into my yoga. Doing yoga at home when I feel like I don't want to go to the gym when it's cold. My sub ran out just now. I know, right? It's like somebody really needs to do something about this. If only there was someone out there. Maybe if we manifested hard enough. Visualize a full sub bar. I'm gonna go back to doing yoga because I haven't been able to meditate due to anxiety. Try meditating through the anxiety. Try just sitting with it, holding it, watching it grow, and then watching it shrink. Cut off someone I had spent months talking to online because they made a joke at my expense, and I said I don't want them to make jokes at my expense, and then they made fun of me for being sensitive. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub. See, it works. Oh my god, and now we're hype training. This kid with the Prime sub. Now we're hyping. Questioner, we'll get right back with you. We have a hype train going on.
You know that declassified...
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we have one person watching us on YouTube right now, so everybody say hi. Everybody say hi, YouTuber. If you're wondering why I'm not responding to your chat messages, if you are chatting, it's because I'm streaming on Twitch. This is my Twitch chat. Every once in a while, I'll pull up YouTube. I'm like, oh, there's a couple people watching my live stream on YouTube. I mostly just stream to YouTube because it saves my VODs there. If I stream just to Twitch, it'll delete my VODs after like 2 weeks. So I stream it to YouTube as well so that it saves it for me. I need to... Okay, let's get this hype train going. All right, there we go. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Speedball. And Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Smokeahonis. Oh, Anonymous, you're on fire today. Anonymous, you're on fire right now. We're on a level 2 hype train. Thank you for all the support. Thank you, everyone. Where's this hype train going? Let's see. We're just getting started. If you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. If you can't afford to subscribe right now, that's fine. Consider asking nicely. And maybe Santa's watching. Well, there are 15 with 5 gifted subs. No way! No way! Let's go. Thank you so much for those 5 gifted subs. We're at a level 3. We're up to level 3. to level 3, can you believe it? Raise those vibrations higher. Bring those vibrations up. Happy holidays. Well, thank you. Happy holidays to you too. We got 3 more minutes on this hype train. Who knows? It could go even longer. Questioner, you might have to wait. You might have to wait, depending. We're on a hype train right now. What color looks best on me? What color would you say you're feeling today? Grave digger. One day my brain will have wrinkles again. Oh, they're starting. They're forming. You got your lobes. Thanks for the 2 months. Oh yeah, you're... My Spotify rap told me I was in the top 0.05% of the sign by Ace of Base. I have nobody to blame from this stream. Oh, you're welcome. See, this stream has also ruined my Spotify Wrapped because my Spotify Wrapped is like, oh yeah, you really like lo-fi, don't ya? Anonymous with 2 more subs, let's go. Anonymous is not holding back today. Sorry for leaving halfway through today's presentation. Now, Rorschach, I know it's your birthday. I know it's your birthday, but the rules are the rules. You just can't be up in here apologizing. With all love, I give you a birthday bonk. Give yourself a nice birthday gift, you know, take care of yourself. It's your birthday. It's your birthday, you should be celebrating it too. We're up to a level 4 hype train. We got 3 minutes left on the level 4 hype train. Had my first EMDR session with the light today, and it was a bit much, but I'm going to stick with it because I can see how it can be helpful. Just think about this. You know, that was the first time It's probably only going to get easier. Now you know what to expect. Now you are more equipped. Going forward, you know what you're getting into. By the way, I added this kid as an emote, if you haven't seen it yet. In what way was it too much, if I may ask? You know, I'd like to talk about that boar here in a minute, if you'd like. But until then, let's dance. Got 1 minute left on that hype train. Now's your last chance to hop aboard that hype train before it leaves the station. Whenever we're on a hype train, we get boosted in the algorithm, so it makes people more likely to click on the stream and say, what the fuck is going on in here? What's going on in this channel? What's going on? So, show them a good time. You know, you got random people cycling through. Let's show them how much fun we're having. Show them your best moves. Anonymous with another 5 gifted subs? And Goldfart with the gifted sub? You're now 40% of level 5. You got 4.5 more minutes of hype train. 4.5 more minutes of hype train. Oh wow. This is a hype train. This is one for the record books. This is one for the record books. I feel it. Whatever you do, don't stop dancing. We got 4 more minutes. I'm dancing as hard as I can in my chair. I'm so sad VO Sass is gone. What? What? Oh, no, it still exists. Why'd they make VO rename it? Why was the emotes? What was wrong with the word sass? Sass isn't a bad word. There's nothing wrong with the word sass. That's not a bad word. And I mean, come on, we're like, really? The word ass? You're gonna get offended over the word ass? Okay. The woke left got her. Oh no. They can't. Yep. The woke left strikes again. All right, 1 minute left. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. It's your last chance to hop on that hype train. If you want to be a part of history, now is your chance. Not me dancing IRL. It's contagious. It's contagious, just like in the 1500s, those people who dance themselves. Dancing is contagious. Anonymous with 5 more gifted subs? Woo! Oh my goodness. Anonymous, you got us to level 6. We're up to level 6 now. And then Bean Transfer with the sub. Thank you, Bean Transfer. You waited until the last possible second. The Anonymous really wants to keep that hype train going. Anonymous waited till the last second to keep that going. Alright. If you're in, I'm in. 4 more minutes. Let's go. VO Sass was your #1 used emote. It's a good emote. It's a good emote. You know, if you check your Twitch recap, you can see what your top emotes used were. They still have the link for the Twitch recap. Yeah, let me double check mine real quick. What were my top emotes? My top emotes were... Oh, this was VO Sass. This was VO Sass right here. It got removed. It doesn't even show up on here anymore. My #1 was Cheer. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Hexavere. Yeah, I was like, where'd this emote go? That was VO Sass. Anonymous, so gentle, yet so kind. So compassionate, It's so based. Anonymous is so hot right now. Anonymous, you're on the knife list. Got 1 minute left. We're on that hype train, level 6. Anonymous keeping us juiced. God, we've been on a hype train for 20 minutes now. This is a 20-minute long hype train. The questioner's just like... That questioner's just like... What are they doing? "30 seconds. All right, grand finale. Let's see it. Show me your best moves. Keep it going. Keep it going. 20 seconds. Leave it all on the dance floor. Leave it all on the dance floor." Anonymous with another 5 gifted subs. They did it again. They did it again. They did it again. We're now in a level 7 hype train. This hype train is now a level 7. We got another 4.5 minutes. Let's go. We can't keep getting away with this, right? And Alaylan can't keep dodging all these gifted subs. You want to see him make partner? I applied for partner and I'm still waiting to hear back. I applied on November 25th. I applied, so it's been almost a month. I haven't heard back yet. I'm assuming, you know, maybe it's the holidays. Was an HSP, I missed it. Highly sensitive person. If you're curious, you can take a quiz, Devin. There's actually a little test you can take. You have to get 14. There's like 27 questions. It's not a diagnosis, it's merely a trait. Keep up those dance moves. If we just keep dancing, it'll be okay. It's like Lady Gaga says, just dance. It'll be okay. Like Smokahana said, all this dancing almost made me forget my depression. I'm like, see, it was working. It was working. You just need to dance more. You're so close. You just keep going. It's hard to be depressed while you're also shaking your ass. Just saying. That's why I recommend twerking for your mental health. That's your homework today? Your homework today is to dance. Put on some music and dance. Just by yourself, in your room, maybe with somebody you love. Just do it. Just boogie a little bit. $30 left on this incredible hype train. This incredible hype train. I only got an 11. Well, you know, there you go. Thank you, Anonymous, you beautiful, beautiful soul. Whoever you may be. Hype train successful. Oh, we got a hype chest. Let's check it out. What did I get? Oh. Okay. The self-eating cookie. In fact, bounce and break your back is a life hack to aligning chakras. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can get your root chakra in order by shaking your ass a little bit. You know, do a little bit of, get up there and practice some twerking. Get up there and practice some twerking. Chat, thank you for a wonderful hype train. Thank you for a wonderful hype train. Let's give that kid a break. He was dancing for 30 minutes straight. I hope YouTube doesn't get mad at me for playing the Jellyfish Jam. I hope they're okay with that. YouTube, if it's not okay, I'm sorry. As long as you don't watch how it's made. YouTube got really mad at me for watching how it's made. They banned me from streaming to YouTube for a week. They said if it happens again, it's going to be 2 weeks. I'm like, uh-oh. Now I'm really paranoid anytime I watch a YouTube video. Anyway. Thank you all so much for that hype train. 30 subs. Nice. We're up to 333. We're up to 333. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. When you stream to YouTube, streaming to YouTube, and so one time I showed some how it's made, and I didn't even have the volume on or anything. It was just like the footage, and YouTube snatched that shit up so quick. They banned me for a week from streaming to YouTube. Because people are coming to watch my stream VOD to see how Ritz crackers are made. They're not actually going to watch the actual video. They were worried that I was stealing their money. Copyright law is kind of a joke, if I'm being honest. Anyway, questioner, thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. We'll get back into the question box now. Thank you again for that hype train. Thanks, Anonymous. Thank you, 15. Thank you, everybody who subscribed. Wonderful. Wonderful. Cut someone off I had spent months talking to online because they made a joke at my expense. And I said, I don't want them to make jokes at my expense. And then they made fun of me for being sensitive. Then they admitted that they were disrespecting me and said it didn't matter because I didn't trust them. But why should you trust them? Like, should I? No. 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 I had opened up to this person about having trust issues even though I didn't know them well, and there's a whole story there, but I was proven right that I couldn't trust them. I'm wondering, am I overreacting for blocking? No. No, I would say that that was well justified. I set a clear boundary and they made fun of my boundary and went, it's just a joke. I don't know. Then congratulations, you set an appropriate boundary. Congratulations. You actually did what you're supposed to do. You said, hey, don't do that. And then they said, well, actually, I'm going to do it anyway. And then you said, okay, goodbye. That's how it should go. That's boundaries. So I give you a hand. Like, why would you trust them? You asked them to do something, and then they did it anyway, even though it was hurting you. Why should you trust them? They've done nothing to earn your trust. If anything, they've actually shown you that they shouldn't be trusted. So I think you did a good job protecting yourself. You did a good job protecting yourself. That's a W. I don't think you're overreacting. You can block anybody at any time for any reason. Remember, no response is a response. You don't have to respond or reply to everybody who, engages or reaches out to you. You don't have to if you don't want to. Especially if that person's going to be dismissive, hateful, rude, Don't have time for that. There's no room for that at my table. The HSP presentation was very helpful. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Here, let me, before I forget, I'll upload them for you. I'm glad you liked it. Whenever I was putting that presentation together, I was kind of second-guessing myself, and I was just like, But you know what? I think it was important to talk about. So I'm going to upload the presentation here to the Show Talk channel. So there you go. If you want a copy of those slides, there you go. Well, I'm glad you all liked it. Thank you. Thank you. All of my presentations are bangers. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to be entertaining, but also educational. I do believe that, like, self-improvement is going to be one of the next big trends in media. Because for such a long time, media has just kind of made people feel like shit. You know what I mean? A lot that goes into media just makes people feel insecure, inadequate, imperfect. And so I think something that's going to be a trend here in the next, next few months, next few years, media as medicine. We just got started early. We're on the cutting edge. Well, I think I might sneak off a little bit early because Casey's birthday is in 2 days, and I'm gonna go pick up. I'm gonna go. Can you keep a secret? Chad, can you keep a secret? I'm gonna go pick her out something for her birthday. I'm gonna take off a little early. I'm gonna go pick Casey up something for her birthday. So shh. Shh. Yeah, so I'm gonna take off because the place I want to go get something is only open for another like hour, so I gotta get going. Anywho, Sags are awesome. The fiercest warriors in all of the cosmos. Sagittarius. Fierce warriors. Fierce warriors. I've never met one fiercer. All right, everybody. If you'd like to go over, bring it to the Discord. We've got a Stream Ideas channel. So if you have an idea of a topic that you'd like to see revisited or a new topic that we haven't covered before, let me know. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. And I'll see y'all soon. See you later, everybody. Stay safe out there. Be kind to yourself. And take some time to dance today. You know, just a little boogie for your mental wellness. Even if it's just you in your kitchen with your noise-canceling headphones, you know, just do a little bit of a boogie. We already did addiction, right? Generally, we did like a general cover of addiction, and I think the addiction slideshow is still pretty good. I think that one holds up. I'll have to check. It's been a while though. Did I? Maybe I have. Wait, no, yeah, I definitely did. I was like, I swear I have. I did. We do have one. But it's an old one. Oh, it's one of my old formats. Old presentation. You can really tell the difference. This is what my old presentations looked like. This is terrible. Like, look at this. The formatting is awful. It's great information, but it is very, like, it's kind of an academic presentation. I like my presentations to be just a little bit more casual. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for me tonight. You all have a fantastic evening. We will be back tomorrow. I will see you all then. Have a great night. Later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Best chat on Twitch, hands down. Hands down. Nobody else is even close. Best chat on Twitch. Many fantastic people in this community. So many beautiful, fantastic people in this community. I look there and I say, you know, how do they do it? And I say they do it like it's nothing. They do it easily. They're so empathetic, compassionate, and kind. Also, if you're not there yet, be sure to join the Discord. It's where we like to hang out and post memes and watch movies.